All rise. Monroe Circuit Court's now in session. Honorable Judge David Weiss presiding. Please bow with me for a moment of silent prayer.
Thank you. Did I hear you praying out loud there, Mr. Bill? Is that you? Mr. Cross, how many cases do you have today? You want to take it? I know you need to be on your way.
Simon Baker.
Commonwealth versus Simon Baker. Are you Simon Baker?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1990?
I was, yes.
Last four digits of your social security number 8796.
Yes.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by deception. Over 1,000, but less than 10,000. You understand that charge?
Yes. Mr.
Cross, you acknowledge the identity of your client received the indictment, await formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pre-trial vote.
Yes.
Mr. Barry, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. The Commonwealth's given your attorney information in form of discovery to help prepare for your defense. When's the negotiation day this month? February the 10th. Be present here for the.
Give you a little background on this, if I might. This is your basically in Oklahoma, including yesterday, surrender. There's quite a story that really behind this and that, and it's going to take me. I met with Mr. Baker for the first time yesterday, first one. We're going to be furnishing the Commonwealth a substantial amount of.
What do you have to say?
Information. I'd like to bump out the.
What does the Commonwealth have to say?
March and probably speaking information March 1st.
Well, okay, what I'll do is we'll set your next court appearance on March the 9th. And whatever negotiation day Mr. Cross can work out with you, okay? Whatever the March negotiation day, so. Are you about to leave the state when you leave here today? You're going back to Oklahoma? Well, I want you to sign a waiver of extradition paper in case.
He'll do that.
Okay, well, I know he will if he's gonna leave. Yeah, okay.
Your Honor, there is, on the bond conditions, there's, measure next to bond condition, curfew. It's pretty.
Well, let me just say he stays out of the state of Kentucky unless for a court appearance. So is that okay? Okay. You let him fill that out there and just sign it from open court. Mr. Bell, you got a bunch of cases probably. Two. You want to do them?
I do one of them.
Who's your client?
Miles Gerald.
Miles Gerald. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. There we go. Are you Miles Gerald? This is 22 CR 0060. Were you born in 1994? Last four digits, social security number is 7078. We're here today for the purpose of pretrial comments. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, there was issue with the body opinion. I think we resolved that with the first officer, then Mr. Bell filed a motion to suppress it. So I guess we can hear it next month. I'll have my officer ready.
We have a suppression motion on on March the 9th. March the 9th, okay?
Thank
You say you remain on the same conditions of your bond, Mr. Gerald.
Just have that trial on March 9th, it may continue. I just like.
Now, I know that you don't want to continue. I know you'll be here. There won't be no trial. Well, let's just set it at the end of the docket. And if you have to have it rescheduled, you, Mr. Stockton, it's in an agreed order, okay? Okay. Okay, Commonwealth versus Isaac Atkinson. Isaac Atkinson. Okay, we'll move him down to the jail docket.
I'm pretty sure he gets what he wants.
I think I want to kind of think about before this one, I think so. I believe in
Mr. Did you hear that? He was in Tennessee.
Yes, Mr. Stockton, I think.
So you want to just put a hold on him down there and do an extradition or something? Okay. Jeffrey Ballard. I think drug court is over.
I could reach out to him and meet with him sometime to find that. And I don't know if he wasn't quite sure what that was on for until yesterday. He may not know to get through that.
You do a summon,
I can go to the drug court if you do that, but we're in drug court right now.
let's just do it next month. We've got the paperwork prepared.
Have him here on March the 9th. Mark Brown. Commonwealth versus Mark Brown, 21 CR 0034. Are you Mark Brown? Born in 1987? What year were you born? 1975. They just had the wrong number there. You try to give you a decade there, man. You turn it down. Last four digits, social security number 3114. Okay, you're here on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Brown here, he's working on his other life confinement for probation and parole, but he's testing positive for marijuana. We've had him up here once before and there's been an order to do it, but he's testing positive for marijuana. He's had 2 tests lately. I talked to Ms. Hunter about this, and I would recommend this support, do a further search, and I recommend we do a set for drug court.
You just said that your honor, he understands obligations that was had, we had agreeable to that, because I think has been all our obligations.
Well, you needed to comply with the law or move to Colorado, one or the other. You understand what I'm saying? It's illegal here. Yeah, well, I know a lot of people quit many times, you know. But I'll agree to sign a referral to drug court, see if you can comply. So if you're working, that goes a long way. Where are you working? Yeah, how many hours a week you work? Yeah, well, that goes a long way for me, you know. Okay, I'll do a referral. And Dwayne Flowers, active warrant. Dwayne Flowers. Mr. Stockton, you want to put Cindy Fuentes? Sadie Fuentes. And she needs an interpreter. Yeah, still got. Okay, is the interpreter on the line? What's the interpreter's name? Christy, are you the interpreter?
I was the biggest driver on my side. I'm just like, I was in chapter 31.
You're gonna have to get behind the microphone and speak up. I can't.
I've been assisting with skills for chapter 31 funding. And she is available. The new one. I cannot interpret for the court when working, that is very rare, according to is, yeah, not very much.
But we had someone else that was supposed to be here, but had a conflict, illness or something. They were going to be online. You know the name of the interpreter that was supposed to be online? Do what? Okay. This is going to be a felony plea or a pretrial diversion. Is anybody on the phone with her or? However you communicate with her, be fine with see if she's gonna be able to do that. Zoom link. Does she have the Zoom link? Can't believe the message. Well, let's pass over this and come back with it. I became painfully aware early on in my time on the bench why you need dual interpreters, because I had a case, and I don't know whether it was in Washington County, wherever, that a dispatcher was bilingual and she was translating a conversation between a police officer and an accused and trying to talk the accused into waiving her rights. And I didn't know what was going on until we had it translated. You remember that? So we had our translator come in and translate. And I said, well, there's a little something wrong with the translator trying to talk. The person wasn't the translator, the dispatcher. Could you communicate to the defendant that we'll bring her case back up in a few minutes when the interpreter gets on the line? Okay, thank you very much. Billy Graves. For sentencing. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Billy Graves, 22 CR 0070. You are Billy Graves, born in 1973. Last four digits, social security number 6554. Okay, you're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Mr. Graves, and you looked at the pre-sentence investigation report. Is it substantially correct? Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today? Okay, upon a plea of guilty possession of controlled substance, defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years for an additional 30 days in home incarceration with a balance probated for 5 years supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to failure to maintain insurance, you should pay a $500 fine and court costs. Shall be evaluated by social services and follow the recommendation. Shall obtain full-time employment. What are the costs involved? Okay, $715. You need some time to pay that. Okay, if you pay it at $75 a month, and the first payment be due 30 days from today. Okay, that'll be the total amount, 30 days from today. You can meet with the probation and parole officer. Okay, thank you very much. Here you go. Keith Gross says active warrant. Keith Gross. Mr. Stockton. Keith Gross.
He was really nice for the last time I knew.
Okay. You what? Shelby Horton. Shelby Horton. Okay. Jeannie Ramos. Commonwealth versus Jeannie Ramos. 22 CR 0041.
She's coming in.
Wait just a second. Are you Jeannie Ramos?
Yes.
You were born in 1973.
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number are 5570. Is there a felony plea in this case?
I think what's happened on this, Your Honor, Mr. Garrett sent me a copy of the evaluation, which was found on the expert. And we did not prepare the paperwork, so I just actually set February the 10th to do a plea in February.
March, you mean?
Well, I mean, March. Well, the next negotiation date is February the 15th, and I follow. We said on the 16th.
So I when you started, so you just want to continue out to the next one. Okay. February 16th. And what was the negotiation day?
February the 10th at 9 a.m.
Okay, you be here February 10th at 9 a.m. and your next court date is February 16th. Okay. Maria Riviera. Commonwealth versus Maria Riviera. Are you Maria Riviera? Are you want to come forward to the microphone? Were you born in 1986? You understand English? Okay. What's the charge in this case? Could you help us out for a second here?
He's complicit himself on off of taking pieces to the number. Captain for stolen property. And it's one of
Okay, you raise your right hand, you swear that you're,
I cannot interpret.
I don't-
Come back or something like that, because I'm also working for the defense for the civilian.
okay, I got you. Well, can you at least tell her to come back another day?
Yes, no, I can do that.
Wait a second. Is the interpreter on the line now?
Yes, Your Honor, I am here.
Could you turn your microphone on
My microphone is on, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
and your camera on? Let's see. Says Spanish interpreter on there. There you are.
Can you hear me now, Your
You need
Honor?
to turn your microphone on, please.
Can you
Why
hear
can't I
me?
hear? We're
Can you
working
hear
on it. Wait just a second. Okay, let's see if we can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me, Your Honor?
I can hear you, Your Honor. You raise your right hand. You swear that you're qualified to be an interpreter in the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
I am, Your Honor.
Truly interpret the conversation that the court has with the defendant.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll speak up, please. This Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Maria Riviera.
Estamos en el caso aquí del estado de Kentucky contra María Rivera.
Can you hear that?
¿Me puede escuchar, señora?
Your year of birth is 1986.
¿Usted nació en el 86? Yes.
You have a social security number.
¿Tiene un número de seguro social?
Okay.
No.
You're here today on 22 CR 00106.
¿Está usted aquí presente en el caso 22 CR 00106
You're for the purpose of arraignment.
para una lectura de cargos?
That means that the court will read the charge against you.
Y esto significa que vamos a leer los cargos en su contra
And determine if you're eligible for the services of public defender.
y vamos a determinar si usted califica para un abogado de oficio.
Will you raise your right hand, please?
¿Puede levantar su mano derecha, por favor?
You swear that you would tell the truth,
¿Usted jura decir la verdad,
the whole truth,
toda la verdad,
on questions
y contestar las preguntas
that the court might have as far as your qualification for a public defender?
y contestar las preguntas que le podamos tener en cuanto a designarle un abogado de oficio?
You may lower your hand.
Y puede bajar su mano, señora.
Okay. Do you have any property here in Kentucky, or do you have any money available to pay for an attorney?
¿Tiene usted algún bien, señora, bien inmueble o dinero para contratar a un abogado privado?
Okay, well, I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Advocacy to represent you.
Entonces le voy a designar a un abogado de oficio para que la represente.
A separate interpreter will be appointed for you so you can communicate with the public defender.
Y vamos a designar a otro intérprete independiente para que usted se pueda comunicar con su abogado.
As for now, I'll just read the charge against you.
Por lo pronto, solamente le voy a informar cuál es el cargo en su contra.
You're charged with receiving stolen property more than $1,000 but less than $10,000.
Y se le acusa de recibir bienes robados, más de $1,000, pero menos de $10,000.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client?
Y abogado, ¿usted reconoce la identidad de su cliente?
the receipt of the indictment,
La acusación formal
waive formal reading and arraignment,
y renuncia a la lectura formal de la lectura de cargos.
and enter a plea of not guilty on her behalf.
Y vamos a entrar una declaración de no culpabilidad por el momento por parte de la señora. Yes.
Ms. Riviera, you shall next appear here on the 10th of February for negotiation.
Y señora, usted tiene que comparecer en el tribunal para negociaciones el 10 de febrero
And February 16th for your next court appearance.
y el 16 de febrero para comparecer en el tribunal.
Both of those are conditions of your bond.
Y ambas fechas son condiciones de su fianza.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order to provide information to your attorney to help prepare your defense.
Y voy a firmar una orden recíproca de intercambio de pruebas para que su abogado pueda comenzar a preparar su defensa.
Now, you'll need to leave a good address so your attorney can make arrangements for you to come in and talk to her in the presence of an interpreter to prepare your defense.
Entonces, señora, usted le tiene que dejar una buena dirección a su abogado para que él pueda comunicarse con usted y comenzar a preparar su defensa.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ok, gracias, señora.
Now, you had, I guess you had someone previously on the docket that we passed up.
That's correct, Your Honor. I think I
She's
had,
still here. She's still here. So it's Sadie Fuentes. She's here. We'll call her up.
okay.
Okay, you want to stand behind here, and the DPA has this case too. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Sadie Fuentes,
Estamos aquí. Go ahead, Your Honor.
22 CR 0071.
Estamos aquí en el caso del estado de Kentucky contra Sadie Fuentes en el caso 22 CR 0071.
Let Ms. Fuentes get behind the podium. Are you Sadie Fuentes?
¿Es usted Sadie Fuentes?
You were born in
Yes.
1985.
¿Y nació en el 85?
You have
Yes.
a social security number.
¿Tiene un número de seguro social?
You're here today
No.
for a pretrial conference.
Y está hoy aquí para una conferencia a prueba del juicio.
I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Y tengo entendido que usted quiere entrar a una declaración de culpabilidad o no culpabilidad hoy, ¿correcto?
Okay.
That's correct.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
¿Está ahorita bajo los efectos de drogas o alcohol?
Is this
No.
plea freely and voluntarily given?
¿Y usted se está declarando de manera voluntaria y con conocimiento de causa?
Are you the
Correct.
same person named in indictment number 22 CR 00071?
¿Y usted es la persona nombrada en la acusación formal número 22 CR 00071?
Is your judgment impaired today?
¿Su juicio está incapacitado hoy?
Do you understand what's going on here today?
¿Entiende usted lo que está sucediendo hoy, señora? Yes.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
¿Ha hablado de su caso con su abogada y está satisfecha con los consejos de su abogada?
Have you had access to appropriate interpretive services so you understand the papers and what's going on here in court?
¿Y ha tenido acceso usted a un intérprete para poder entender los documentos y lo que está sucediendo hoy en el tribunal?
Sí.
Yes.
You understand that under the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, you do not have to enter a guilty plea.
¿Y usted entiende que bajo la ley del estado de Kentucky usted no tiene que declararse culpable?
You
Yes.
have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution.
Y tiene ciertos derechos bajo la ley del estado y de la Constitución.
Before I can accept a guilty plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights.
Y antes de aceptar su declaración de culpabilidad, me tengo que asegurar que usted entienda todos estos derechos.
You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything.
Tiene el derecho a no testificar en su contra. Nadie la puede obligar a decir algo.
You have a right to speedy trial by jury,
Tiene el derecho a un juicio oral rápido con jurado.
to be represented by counsel at your jury trial,
Tiene el derecho que la represente un abogado en su juicio oral.
to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you.
Tiene el derecho a contrainterrogar a testigos en su contra y a pedir la comparecencia de testigos en su favor.
The right to produce evidence and call witnesses in your favor.
Y tiene el derecho a presentar pruebas a su favor y a pedir la comparecencia de testigos en su favor.
The right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose.
Y tiene el derecho a apelar su caso a un tribunal superior en el caso de que perdiera.
To require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges.
Y la fiscalía tiene que comprobarla culpable más allá de toda duda razonable en cuanto a sus cargos.
You understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights.
¿Y entiende usted que cuando se declara culpable usted renuncia a todos estos derechos? Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law.
Y voy a aceptar la recomendación de la fiscalía de que yo pueda aplicar cualquier rango de la pena que aplica a esta ley.
I do not have to accept the recommendation.
Y no tengo que aceptar esta recomendación.
This is a felony plea.
Y esta es una
Go ahead. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole.
Y antes de hacer la imposición de la pena, voy a renunciar a la pre-investigación de los servicios previos al juicio.
In the event I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial.
Y en el caso de que yo no acepte las recomendaciones de la fiscalía y que le imponga una pena más severa, usted tiene el derecho a retirar su declaración de culpabilidad.
Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon pleading guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree,
Well, you have to stop every once in a while.
Si usted se declara culpable a poseer una sustancia de contrabando en el primer grado,
the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years.
su sentencia serían 3 años, 5 de estos serían bajo libertad probatoria de 5 años.
Probation is to be supervised.
La libertad probatoria tiene que ser supervisada.
The defendant agrees that $1,201 in cash was seized during the investigation.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I ask for a repetition on that?
The defendant agrees that $1,201 was seized during the investigation.
Y la acusada está de acuerdo a que $1,201 fueron recibidos durante esta investigación.
$600.50 shall be returned to the defendant.
Y $650 tienen que ser regresados al acusado.
And the remaining $600.50 shall be forfeited.
Y el resto que queda, el saldo, $600.50, usted va a renunciar a estos.
85% of the forfeited value shall go to the Tompkinsville Police Department.
Y el 85% de esta suma renunciada va a ser designada a una persona.
15
a la-
of the forfeited cash of the attorney's office, asset forfeiture fund.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, there was some
You have to
background
speak a
noise.
little louder.
Can I, yes,
15% of the forfeited cash shall go to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office Asset Forfeiture Fund.
y el 15% de la suma a la cual usted está renunciando va a ser destinada a los fiscales por los gastos.
The defendant agrees to waive her Fourth Amendment rights as regards to her home and any vehicle she is occupying.
Y la acusada está de acuerdo a renunciar a sus derechos de la cuarta enmienda.
The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
Y la acusada tiene que pagar los gastos administrativos del tribunal a la discreción del juez.
The defendant agrees to have any and all drugs, paraphernalia, and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of Kentucky.
Y la acusada está de acuerdo a desecharse o deshacer de todas las drogas, accesorios para el uso de la droga o cualquier artículo relacionado con las drogas.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
¿Es esto lo que usted tenía entendido por la recomendación de la fiscalía?
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts and of your own free will?
Usted se está declarando culpable porque sí cometió estos actos y lo está haciendo de manera voluntaria.
Okay.
Correct.
Knowing your constitutional rights, as I've explained it to you, is it still your desire to enter this plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment?
Y sabiendo sus derechos constitucionales a los cuales usted renuncia, ¿usted se quiere declarar culpable y determinar que yo le imponga la pena? Yes.
You understand after entering a guilty plea, if you have any future convictions, this could enhance the range of penalty on those convictions.
Usted entiende que cuando se declara culpable, si en el futuro tiene alguna otra declaración de culpabilidad, el rango de las penas pueden ser mayores. Yes.
I accept the agreement and order a pre-sentence investigation report. The sentencing date will be February 16th. Would you have her identify her signature on the plea form?
Y señora,
You go ahead.
voy a aceptar su declaración de culpabilidad, perdón, y voy a ordenar un informe previo a la sentencia. Usted tiene que presentarse a la imposición de la pena el 16 de febrero. Señora, ¿me puede identificar que esta es su firma al calce del documento?
Sí, pero mi documento lo dejé en mi mochila, más bien el carro lo que me trajeron, pero no lo ando conmigo ahorita, pero sí confirmo que es mi firma.
Yes, it's just a copy of that. I left it in the car where I was brought over and I don't have it with me, but yes, I do confirm that this is my signature.
Okay, that's sufficient.
Está bien, señora, esto es suficiente.
You will need to meet with the probation and parole officer.
Y se va a tener que reunir con el agente de libertad probatoria.
Mr. Probation and Parole Officer, how do you do interpretive services?
We have a hotline we can use, Your Honor, that we use our own.
Okay. Is that all right,
Entonces,
Defense Counsel? Okay, so when do you want her to come meet with you? So we'll make sure she understands when.
I'll talk with her and say she's out here.
Okay. You go over and talk to the probation and parole officer now.
entonces, señora, tiene que ir a hablar con el agente de libertad de probatoria ahorita.
Now, can you interpret that for her? Okay, if you'll step over there. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, do we have anyone else that's in custody or anyone that needs the presence of an interpreter? Are those the only two cases that you were scheduled for?
I think so, Your Honor, but you can let me know if you need me later on.
Wait just a second.
Oh.
When is that? Well, it's not this afternoon then. Okay, okay, we have one other person on the jail docket, and I guess we can email you when we need you back on. So,
Yes, Your Honor, I should be available the rest of the morning if you need me.
okay, thank you very much. When we get to
You're
that.
welcome.
I'll email you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Isaac Roddy. Commonwealth versus Isaac Roddy. 19 CR 00102 and 19 CR 0093. Are you Isaac Roddy? Were you born in 1991? Last four digits of your social security number 6774. Okay, we're here today on a probation revocation. Mr. Stockton, what do we have?
John, Mr. Rodney has a,
If y'all wait just a second, if y'all will move over here. Move on over, okay.
Mr. Roddy was convicted of traffic control substance first degree less than 2 grams, received a 5-year sentence. He was probated with supervision. He had some positive drug tests, which included fentanyl oxycodone. He was sent to rehab. He completed rehab. Approximately 6 months later, he was tested positive again. I'm moving at this time that he either will accept and the drug court or probation may result.
I have stopped spoken with the defendant, he is agreeable to the drug court program. So he would do a referral.
Yeah, I'll do a referral, Mr. Roddy, but I'm gonna tell you what. I don't have to tell you how dangerous fentanyl is. You already know that, don't you? You know how dangerous it is? Okay, well, I also understand how strong addictive situations are and everything, so I'm not being personally critical of it. Okay, so I cannot allow that to happen as long as you're on probation, okay? So I'm going to sign a referral to the drug court and get in there and work real hard on the thing. It helps a lot of people, but it'd be up to you whether you go to the penitentiary or not, okay? Thank you very much. You make arrangements, but your attorney will give you the arrangements. Angela Russell. Commonwealth versus Angela Russell, 22 CR 00102. Are you Angela Russell? Were you born in 1972? What year were you born? You what?
73.
Yeah. Okay. The last four digits, your social security number 3917. Okay. Do you have an attorney?
I do, we just had a conflict with the meters.
Who is that?
On that.
Stephen Poindexter. Would you stand in just for the purpose of arraignment? Okay. Ms. Russell, the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with theft, unlawful taking of disposition more than 10,000, but less than 1 million. Do you understand those charges?
Yes.
The counselor, you heard Ms. Russell acknowledge her identity. Heard that you waived reading it, and he acknowledged receiving indictment. You waived the reading and formal arraignment, enter plea of not guilty on behalf of Ms. Russell. And
Yeah, I think that there needs to be a minor correction to her date of birth, which should be 73 versus 72.
yeah, I made it on the docket here. You want to interlineate that there?
I have changed that on there.
Do what?
I have changed it on.
Okay, if you hand it back up here, I'll initial that. Come up, pick that up. Change it on the indictment. Yeah, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order and direct Mr. Poindexter to contact Commonwealth Attorney's Office to get the information about your case. I'll leave the copy of the indictment with you. When are you going to see Mr. Poindexter, you know?
I was thinking in a second.
Okay, well, I'm just going to let you take a copy of the indictment with you, okay? Okay, the negotiation day here is February the 10th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your next court date is February 16th. Mr. Poindexter will receive certain information from the Commonwealth, and you need to be here with him on the 10th and back on the 16th, and both those are conditions of your bond, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Robert Simpson. Commonwealth versus Robert Simpson. Are you Robert Simpson? Okay, this is 22 CR 00107. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Were you born in 1991? Last four digits, social security number 5031. Okay, are you represented by an attorney? I will continue the appointment. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions, step away and ask your attorney. Grand jury returned the indictment, charging you with theft, unlawful taking, disposition more than 1,000, but less than $10,000. You understand those charges? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Simpson that received the indictment, wait formal reading arraignment, and plead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here that requires the Commonwealth to provide certain information to your attorney, help prepare your defense. We have a negotiation day on February 10th, and the next court date's on February the 16th. Both those are conditioned of your bond, okay? Shad Turner. Commonwealth versus Shad Turner, 21 CR 00130. Mr. Turner, you born in 1982. Last four digits, social security number 0199. Your attorney identified on here is Taylor Broderick. Where is she at?
This case, it's a trial back in May, and we were in the agreement where we continued to December for any problem set for the day, 3 months. At this point, I'm tired of it.
You have any objection to that? That's the correct answer. Yeah, I'll sign an order at least submitted to the Commonwealth. Go out there and be careful. Sherry Turner. Commonwealth versus Sherry Turner, 22 CR 0076. Ms. Turner, you're here today for the purpose of sentencing. You understand that? You understand that's the reason you're here today for sentencing? You're gonna have to speak up. Okay. Were you born in 1977? Last four digits, social security number 4490. Okay. Have you had opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report about probation and parole? Okay, well, you give it to her and I'll call her back. Is Allen County on the line? We're 7 minutes early here. Kimberly Chilton. Kimberly Chilton is here. Kimberly Chilton is here. It's transported. Yeah, I overlooked that. Commonwealth versus Kimberly Chilton. Commonwealth versus Kimberly Chilton, 22 CR 0027. Are you Kimberly Chilton? You let her be center and you go on this side of her over here, okay? Were you born in 1990?
Yes,
Last four digits of your social security number.
7598.
Okay, we're here for probation revocation. What do you have to say, Mr. Doctor?
Your Honor, Ms. Chilton has a sentence of the traffic control substance first degree, 7 years and 6 months. She was sent to rehab And then she left rehab, I believe it was back in January, and I was like, left the rehab back in August of this year, of 2022, and then she never reported.
And you're on, I'm hoping that this something she was to stipulate that make arguments and rule orientation for students.
Okay, now accept the stipulation, you make your argument. Would she like to be heard?
Or she has some pending charges to do that, I'd advise her not to testify today,
Okay,
but simply make arguments regarding the credit.
what kind of pending charges does she have?
She's only for the community in Warren County, and we've had discussions with Mr. Stockton, that was part of his motion, that was stipulated only for the purpose of a probation revocation.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and revoke her then.
Your Honor, would you ask to make arguments for the Commonwealth of Andrews?
Wait a second, do what?
Would you wish to make arguments pursuant to Commonwealth of Andrews as to why the court should not go for it this time?
Go ahead.
That's the case. And I just need to call a witness and let Mr. Combs go through this 3 or 4 pages of violation, because I want the court informed.
Need to be, if we're gonna make a record on it, it needs to be an entire record. Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you have to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Come forward to the microphone. State your name and what position.
Chase Collins, I'm the fourth probation officer.
You may proceed.
Mr. Combs, when I read this, special probation report, this was compared to the office of probation control.
Correct.
You are not Mr. Probation officer, are you?
No.
And where is she being supervised at?
No.
Officer, Patrick Campbell done a report, I'm not 100% sure, it looks like,
Like Cody Manhart.
yeah, it looks like probably Warren County.
It's supposed to be online. I can probably call him as witness. Cody Manhart.
Cody Manhart, are you online? Let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay, did you tell based on the records, the records kept a probation control, did you tell the violations?
Yes, so Chilton reported the office of probation and parole in 2/18/2022 was given next report date of 3/3/22. Subject call on 3/3/22 asking to reschedule the report date due to transportation. So officer initially rescheduled Chilton 3/10/22 at 1:15. However, during the process, Chilton asked about possibly getting the drug release. The subject then admitted to IV opiate use and was immediately referred to SSC man, who spoke with the subject on 3/3/22 and recommended inpatient treatment due to daily IV opiate and methamphetamine use. This officer told the subject on next violation of absconding. This officer told the subject on 3/3/22 report that afternoon. The officer declared the report on 3/4/22 at 9 a.m. His officer attempted to reach the subject last reported phone number on 3/4/22 and left a message instructing her to report was directed on 3/4. Subject failed to report. Home visit was conducted on 3/4/22. No one came to the door after this officer knocked twice. A tag was left instructing Ms. Chilton to report the afternoon of 3/4/22 at 2 p.m. Subject failed to report as directed. See here, and then we had a use of controlled substance methamphetamine. Chilton reported the office of probation and parole on 3/10/22, which time to sign an admission for use of methamphetamine, IV and opiates IV on 3/9/22. The opiates were in the form of Roxy 30s, which had been alleged to possess fentanyl and true. Field test was conducted with positive fentanyl and has been sent to the lab for confirmation. Use of controlled substance opiates. She reported the office of probation and parole on 3/10. She signed the admission form for use of methamphetamine, IV, and the opiates IV on 3/9. The opiates were in the form of Roxy 30, which has been alleged to possess fentanyl and true. Field test was conducted. Positive fentanyl had also been sent to the lab. They said inpatient treatment was a sanction for that. She was lodged Monroe County indictment warrant and Warren County probation detainer. SSC man prepared such paperwork for long-term treatment. Once the Monroe County warrant's been addressed, the officer would notify Monroe County for status. On 4/23/22, Ms. Chilton was calling district charities phone number.
And then the absconding violation, that's 42522, still does not attempt to contact the NP officer Spencer of her last, or her last NP officer. Check the local hospital, jail, and justice center, so if they were not, she was not a patient, incarcerated, and the whereabouts is unknown at this time. On 3/14/22, SSC Aaron Mann actually referred her to the distance charities of Owensboro. And on 3/18, two PNP officers transported Ms. Chilton from the Warren County Regional Jail to the distance charities. And then she entered in the role that day, distance charities of Owensboro. And then the violation of fair and complete treatment of substance abuse. On 4/12/22, Holly Munoz, Director of Business Charities in Owensboro, emailed the officer following Ms. Chilton's refusal to go to class on that day. Apparently, she was in the kitchen today working, got in an argument with another client about she was making scrambled eggs, walked out of her shift and then laid down. Several other clients reported that Ms. Chilton had said that she was not going to go back to the kitchen today, but she did not want to work with that same client. She didn't, and she did not care what anyone said about it. Shortly after Ms. Chilton was put in a sick call, stating she was throwing up. Her protocol with sick calls was that these must be approved by staff before you go back to bed. Ms. Chilton went back to bed without approval, approved sick call regardless. Miss Regina walked through and told her to proceed, and Ms. Chilton told her she did not care what the procedure was. She wasn't going to class. Ms. Regina asked her again to get up and go to class. Ms. Chilton yelled at her and stated she was not going to go to class today, and we could kick her out if we didn't like it. It should also be noted that while on the sick call, clients were not permitted to smoke. Ms. Chilton had been smoking all morning, which is part of the reason she felt it was time to go to class. Obviously, she was well enough to work in the kitchen this morning.
Okay, let's don't go into, you know.
All right. So on 4/23, basically Ms. Chilton was gone from business charities. And as of 4/25, she had not attempted to contact any PNP officers, checked local jails, hospital, provided, did not know her whereabouts, she was not there, and a violation warrant was issued for her.
You have any other questions?
If you got any other current violations?
Yes, on 12/12/22, Chilton served a warrant arrest indictment for Warren County, for new felony charges on 22 CR 01299-002. Charges include verbally third degree, criminal mischief first, T-vote, or decision all others, resisting felony offender first degree. I believe that's it. I have no other questions.
You'd like to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Collins, you were not Ms. Chilton's officer, correct?
No.
So you do not, what you have read, you do not have personal knowledge that this is what something is prepared to do, correct?
Correct.
And as in regard to the new charges, there is a trailer number associated with the indictment, correct?
In Warren County? Yes.
Okay, and that would indicate that she has co-defendant who have been charged as well, correct?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know.
If your general familiarity with legal cases, that is generally what that.
I don't know.
You're not familiar with any of the facts of this.
I'm not.
Correct? I have no other questions.
No reader.
Okay, you have any other witnesses?
No reader.
You've stipulated to absconding. Do you have any other testimony you'd like to put on, or you make an argument?
Just arguments, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
There are years not disputing that Ms. Chilton has made some errors in her supervision. We are asking the court to have her remain the same until she can go to the long-term treatment facility. I think she has understood how she needs to take her sobriety seriously at this time and asking the court for that chance.
Well, there's no proof of in the record that she feels that way about it. You know, so I'm gonna revoke her and allow her to serve her time and hope things get better for her. Okay, thank you very much. Does that finish the live though? Okay. Robert McClendon. Robert McClendon. 22 CR 0095. Are you Robert McClendon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security 9729.
Yes.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney with you?
This process, I am
Who?
John Bell.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll let Office of Public Advocacy stand in for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County returned indictment charging you with fleeing or evading police, wanton endangerment in the first degree, reckless driving, and speeding. You understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
You acknowledge the identity of the defendant, the received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty on his behalf.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have signed a reciprocal discovery order. You need to have Mr. Bell to contact Commonwealth Attorney's Office to receive the discovery. I'll allow you to keep the indictment. You're gonna have to be here at the Justice Center on February 10th for negotiations and February 16th, both of them at 9 a.m. Both of them are condition of your bond, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Now let's go on the line with Allen County now, if you're on there. There's Allen County. Mr. Garrett, is this your case? Kayla Spivey?
I don't know how you want to put it together. The motion pertains to two defendants and one's in Allen County, one's in Baton.
Okay, well, we'll do them separately. Yeah, you representing, are you Kayla Spivey?
Yes.
This is 20 CR 0084. The co-defendant in the case is who?
Edward Whitman.
Oh, wait.
You don't represent him? Okay. Commonwealth versus Kaylee Spivey. 20 CR 0084. And this is a motion for testing. Is this where there was a hair and it would be consumed?
Yes.
Okay, well, I will sign a motion to allow you to have an expert witness at an agreed upon time and date. So you need to get a hold of the Commonwealth so they'll get a hold of the forensic lab to make sure a time that's available for your expert witness, okay? So I will enter order that effect. Now, the co-defendant is in Barron County. Who represents the co-defendant?
Sarah Zerker with
Your Honor, Christy Hyance for the co-defendant Edward Whitledge along
Okay,
with.
let's go to
Sarah
Barron
Zerker.
County real quickly then. Well, the Barron County is not scheduled to be on until 10:30 on Zoom here. Who is it that represents her? Both of y'all represent
Mr.
Okay.
Whitledge.
Okay, well, I will sign an order. Sign an order to allow y'all to have your expert witness. As you see, I just granted for the co-defendant that order. So I would suggest that you get together with the Commonwealth and with Mr. Garrett. And if y'all have separate experts that you're going to do, we can make an arrangement with a forensic lab to have all those people present, because it appears that the specimen will be consumed in the test, and you have a right to be present to observe the test. So if you'll submit an order, I'll sign that, okay?
And Your Honor, I think I see the Barron County Detention Center online now. If you'd like to go ahead and get. Mr.
Barron
Whitledge
County, are you on now? I see up on the. Barron County is Mr. Whitledge there.
It's now getting them that he should be here just a second.
Okay.
Judge, here is your honor.
Might not want him to come in here. You might not want him to come in here.
Yeah, are you Edward Whitledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Whitledge, your attorneys are on. Can you see, but if y'all would identify yourself by just waving a hand or something here, the attorneys.
Hey, Edward, can you hear
There is-
us?
Yeah, Mr. Whitledge, there's been a motion that's been filed on your behalf. There is some evidence that needs to be forensically tested. I think a hair or something is going to be consumed. So your attorneys have asked for the ability to have an expert witness on your behalf to observe that testing. And I'm signing an order to make sure that y'all have an opportunity to observe that testing. Counselor, is there anything else for this gentleman today?
Judge, just for the record, we have reached out to a potential expert on Mr. Whitledge's behalf to observe testing. We're waiting to hear back regarding availability. I want to make sure that the lab doesn't commence with testing until our expert is
You
there.
need to put that in the order that you're going to get. There's an order.
So Judge, would you prefer that we, along with the Commonwealth, tender an agreed order to you once we know who our expert will be?
Mr. Stockton is on the line there. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, that'd be fine if we can coordinate. Once you find out who your expert is, I'll communicate with the lab and tell them what's going on.
If you will include in the order that I entered today, Mr. Stockton, that the lab shall not proceed with testing until there's coordination between counsel for both defendants, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank y'all very much. Is there anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Counsel, y'all may be excused, and I guess Mr. Whitledge, we're finished with you for today, okay? Thank you. Okay, let's go to Davis County. And we're finished with Allen County also. Davis County, are you on there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. This is Commonwealth Kentucky versus John Riley, 18 CR 00202. Are you John Riley?
Yes.
Okay, you are appearing pro se. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, I filled that out. The PSI?
Yeah.
I filled it out.
Have you seen the final copy of the PSI and reviewed it?
No.
Okay. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to provide you a copy of that, of the pre-sentence investigation report. A lot of times they're sent to the attorneys. So I guess because there was no attorney, it wasn't listed as sent. Did y'all, is probation and parole on the line? Yeah. Have you provided him a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report?
Your Honor, I'm looking now to see if it was sent to the jail. Doesn't look like it was sent to the jail up there. I will get a copy sent.
Okay, we'll send a copy of it and we'll reschedule the sentencing for February 16th because, sir, I don't believe it's fair to you to sentence you without you having an opportunity to be fully aware of what's in that pre-sentence investigation report. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I get Davis County. You can be excused. Thank you for your cooperation. Roeder Correctional Institution. Are you on? Is Roeder on? Okay, we'll come back to that, see if Roeder gets on. Now we'll go back to Barron County. Barron County. David Bridges. For sentencing. Commonwealth versus David Bridges, 22 CR 0064 and 22 CR 0081. Are you David Bridges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bridges, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
Your Honor, we are asking at this time that the court consider probating Mr. Bridges' sentence with the condition that he enter in complete long-term treatment. Mr. Bridges would like to address the court if the court would
Okay,
allow.
Mr. Bridges. Mr. Bridges,
Yes, sir. Well, to start off with, I mean, I'd have to go back to my childhood when I was like 5 or 7 year old. I was molested, and you know that just tore me up, and I couldn't understand what love was, and that's what led to my life of crime, because I was looking for love and just around friends and started smoking pot and stuff like that. And then I thought it was in women, and that didn't work. So I mean, and that's what led to my life of crime, is just trying to fit in and stuff. And I know it's what led to my drug addiction. And if I don't try to get some help from the root of the problem, then I'm going to do the same thing when I get out, because I need help. And I was sitting on my front porch when I got arrested for this, trying to go to rehab.
David,
No.
can you?
this
you
is not a revocation, is it, Mr. Stockton? This is a
No,
sentence,
this is a sentence and on a plea, Your Honor.
and on the plea, is to be probated, correct?
No, that's incorrect. He's Commonwealth opposes probation and shot probation.
I'm looking at some wrong report. Looking at the wrong report. Okay, this is a plea agreement. Upon a plea of guilty to burglary, third degree, and PFO, he shall receive a sentence of 10 years. Plea agreement on criminal mischief, persistent felony offender, second degree, shall receive 10 years. The two sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 10 years. Upon a plea of guilty to burglary, third degree, and 22 CR 0081, he shall receive 10 years. On a plea of guilty to theft and lawful taking 1,000 PFO, second degree, case 22 CR 0081, he shall receive 10 years. However, the two 10-year sentences shall run concurrently, and 81 and 64 are to run concurrently for a total of 10 years. Okay. Thank you very much. Christopher Caraway. Christopher Caraway. Commonwealth versus Christopher Caraway, 22 CR 0042. Are you Christopher Caraway?
Sir.
Born in 1984.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1042.
10.
Sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
You find it to be substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
On a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, over 2 grams of meth, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years to serve. The sentence, however, shall run concurrently with a Dare Circuit Court case 22 CR 0078. He shall pay court costs in the amount of $185, and that shall be paid at $40 a month, starting 30 days after you're released.
Your Honor, I apologize. I had intended to move the court to probate Mr. Caraway's sentence as well upon the condition of entering into long-term treatment. If the court would allow me to call him to testify.
Okay. Mr. Caraway, would you like to be heard?
Yes, sir.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed, counsel.
Mr. Caraway, can you explain to the court about the time that your troubles with addiction started?
Well, I've been married about 14 years, and my wife and I got separated. And then about the same time, I was having problems with my children, and we aren't even talking to each other anymore.
And about what time period was that?
2021, around May 2021.
And so as a result of the addiction that formed then, how has that affected your relationships with your children?
Well, like I said, until I received treatment, at least my own daughter won't even speak with me at the moment.
So Mr. Caraway, are you interested in entering into a long-term treatment program? And what do you feel that you have to gain from entering into treatment?
Well, I believe it will help me make better decisions for myself, by myself. And like I said, also it'll help me with my relationship with my family, including my daughter, who won't even speak to me until I've received such treatment.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Caraway.
No, I don't agree. I'm gonna get this lady.
Mr. Stockton, do you have anything to say?
Your Honor, I would say that Mr. Caraway had 14 grams of meth in his possession. He was passed out at the McDonald's parking lot. He also had $1,100 in his possession. So I think this was a true trafficking case. Also, he had another trafficking case in Adair County that he pled guilty to. So I'm going to oppose any type of probation for Mr. Caraway.
Well, I've listened to evidence for probation. I do not feel it's compelling to get the court to the point where we would do a probated sentence. It's a serious trafficking charge, and I'm going to sentence him as the plea agreement call for. Okay, thank you very much. Ryan Carnahan. Now, the court costs on that would be what? 180. Because of the length of the sentence, I'm going to waive the court costs in Mr. Caraway's case. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ryan Carnahan, 22 CR 0054. Are you Ryan Carnahan?
Yes.
You born in 1989?
Yes.
Last four digits social security number 7655.
Yes.
You're represented by counsel here today. We're here at a pretrial conference. What do y'all have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, we've discussed this case, and we would like to have an order entered regarding mediation. This is a vehicular homicide case. Mr. Carnahan was intoxicated. Also, I think the victim had a controlled substance in his system. We'd like to do a mediation to see if this case can be resolved. If not, then we'll schedule the suppression motion and get a trial date.
Okay, have y'all agreed on a mediator?
I need to talk with the victim's family in this case, Your Honor. I usually use Judge Patton, but Miss Hunter is related to Judge Patton, so I want to make sure that's all right with the victim. If not, we'll have to choose someone else.
I didn't know you were related to Judge Patton.
Yes, he is my great uncle, so I always ask in any mediations that I have no problem, but I always think it's only fair for the Commonwealth to be able to check to see if that is going to be an issue.
Is Judge George still doing them?
I don't know. I know I've used some other mediators as well.
Who else have you used?
I have used Judge Ryan. He has been helpful. I've used Judge Caslin, and I think he did an excellent job on a murder case I had. So I do have some people, because I've had prosecutors not comfortable due to the relation. I've also used Judge Patton with.
Do you have anybody else, Mr. Stockton, that you?
I don't, and personally, I don't have any problem with Judge Patton. I think he's more than fair. I just want to check with the family of the victim before we proceed with him.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and enter an order. We'll sign an order about doing a mediation, and then put in the order that the mediation shall commence when the parties agree to a mediator. Okay. Make sure you put that in there, and then we'll I guess you'll know something maybe. Will you have mediation before February the 16th, you think?
Judge, if we could do, there is an ex parte issue you would ask for some additional information on before making an approval. And Mr. Stockton and I have discussed how we probably want that. And I don't care to say it on the record as Mr. Stockton's aware.
March the 9th?
That would be better, Your Honor.
March the 9th. Next court.
Thank you.
Robert Cox. Commonwealth versus Robert Cox. 18 CR 0040, 17 CR 0099, and 17 CR 0013. Are you Robert Cox?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1957.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6177. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say about Mr. Cox's case?
Your Honor, Mr. Cox has two pending cases on revocation where he has a 4-year sentence on those. He has agreed to do a felony plea on the remaining case and stipulate revocation.
Okay. Mr. Cox, a motion, it appears, has been filed that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment in the new indictments? And I don't have those indictment numbers on the docket here.
What's that, Your Honor?
This is an 18 case he's entered a plea to?
Yeah, 18 CR 40. He had absconded.
I thought that was some sort of mistake.
No, it's correct.
18 CR 0040. Are you the same person that was indicted in that indictment, sir? Are you the same person that was indicted in 18 CR 0040?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, I am.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? And you feel like you're fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by a jury, the right to be represented by counsel at jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand by entering this guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, in 18 CR 40, Mr. Cox will plead guilty to the trafficking in a controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 1 year. That will run consecutively with Monroe County 17 CR 13 and 17 CR 99, which he's going to stipulate to the revocation. He'll pay court costs at discretion of the court. All evidence in these cases be destroyed.
And what's the total sentence then?
Be a total of 5 years, Your Honor.
Okay, is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you entering this guilty plea because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir. I'm
Knowing
guilty.
your constitutional rights I've explained to you, is it still your desire to enter this plea and allow the court to fix the punishment within the range permitted by law?
Yes.
Okay, and is that your signature? Somebody hold that agreement. Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I accept the plea agreement. Is this gentleman a state prisoner now? He's not, is he? Okay,
Oh, no, he's not.
I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report and have a final sentencing schedule for February the 16th. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, you stipulate the revocation in 17 CR 0099 and 17 CR 0013. Is that correct? Counselor, is that correct? You need to turn your microphone on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Tracy Davis. Tracy Davis. Commonwealth versus Tracy Davis, 16 CR 0065 for pretrial conference. And then we have arraignment in 22 CR 0097. Are you Tracy Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1972.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 7718.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're represented by counsel here at the Department of Public Advocacy. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with assault in the 4th degree, possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine in the 1st degree, and possession of drug paraphernalia. We have a bailiff in here to deliver. Okay. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client and receive indictment over on your desk there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, we will schedule this for negotiation day on February 10th. And the next court appearance is on the 16th. Both of those are conditions of bond. Heather Franklin. Commonwealth versus Heather Franklin, 22 CR 0096. Are you Heather Franklin? Are you born in 1984?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 4532. Is that correct?
No, seven,
Are you?
seven.
Do what?
7532.
7532. We'll make a note on the docket, and probation and parole will make a note. Let me see if it's on the indictment incorrectly. No, it's on the indictment correctly. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. You represented by Office of Public Advocacy. Is that right, Ms. Hill? Y'all represent this lady in district court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Y'all continue the representation. The grand jury of Monroe County's returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance in the 1st degree and tampering with physical evidence. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, wait and receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
You shall next appear here for a negotiation date on February 10th, and the next court appearance is on February the 16th. Okay.
Yes, sir. Is there any way I can get an unsecured bond?
Well, you'll have to talk to your attorney about that. You have a right to one bond hearing, and your attorney needs to try to negotiate that with the Commonwealth. If they can reach an agreement, I'll review it. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Jason Grider. Jason Grider, 22 CR 0091. Commonwealth versus Jason Grider. Mr. Grider, were you born in 1978? His last four digits, your social security, 1251. You have to say something because it's voice activated, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You're here, Mr. Brown, are you representing Mr. Grider?
Yes, Judge, I am.
Okay, this is a motion to reduce bond. You want to make your case?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Grader is a lifelong resident of Monroe County.
You need to speak up. You need to speak into the microphone and speak up, please.
I don't believe he's a flight risk. He's a lifelong resident of Monroe County. I don't think the Commonwealth's case is very strong against him. This was his home that the child was found in, but he had not been there for days. So I think the mother who was living there is where the Commonwealth's case really is.
Mr. Grady was charged because he lived there. So,
What was the charge, Mr. Stockton?
One, endangerment, first degree, and criminal abuse. Mr. Brown's right. It basically goes with the how the environment with all the drugs around with the child being there. I know his co-defendant's supposed to enter a plea today. If she enters a plea, maybe we could resolve this case if we have one more motion day.
What kind of bond is he under?
10,000 cash, Judge.
And that's probably based on his criminal history because he's got quite a bit of convictions as far as past drug offenses, including manufacturing methamphetamine.
You know, the charges are pretty significant. You got 2 PFOs, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of meth, and wanton endangerment. Now, the wanton endangerment plea is that what the co-defendant's going to enter a guilty plea to today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, we'll see if the plea goes, and you can talk to the defense counsel and make some recommendation on the bond. Those other charges are still pretty significant with the PFOs on it. So I'll consider this as a motion for bond reduction, and which he's entitled to, and I'll see what happens to the other case. And then Mr. Brown, you need to get up to the Commonwealth, see what the Commonwealth's position is going to be on getting finished with this case and having a bond modification until then. Okay.
Yeah, Judge.
Okay. Catherine Grider. Is this a co-defendant?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Catherine Grider, 22 CR 0082. Are you Catherine Grider?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1964?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 7795.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person indicted in case number 22 CR 0082? Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept a guilty plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right to not testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those charges, those rights. You understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting a recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. You understand that, man?
Yes, sir.
Listen very carefully to see what's your recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Ms. Grider will plead to wanton endangerment first degree 2 counts as amended. The defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years on each charge to run consecutively for a total of 10 years, probated for 5 years. Probation to be supervised. She shall receive credit for time served. She's been incarcerated for some time. She will enter and complete the Monroe County Specialty Court Program. She'll be assessed, and the Commonwealth will agree to her to be released once she's orientated for that program.
Is that what you agreed to, ma'am? Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the acts charged in the indictment or the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up these rights, enter a guilty plea and allow the court to fix your punishment as required by law? Okay, you understand, but enter a guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced to a persistent felony offender law. You understand that? Counselor, will you hold that signature up? Okay, I will accept the plea. You'll need to be interviewed by probation and parole. When can y'all see this lady?
I don't know, Your Honor. The drug court's kind of in flux now. Mr. Meeks took another position. I'll have to get with Mr. Krause or Mr. Murphy about getting her assessed.
Okay, well, I enter an order referring, and then she'll have to be interviewed and voted into the drug court before she's released.
Your Honor, Ms. Greider has already been assessed and was accepted this morning.
Well, that's great.
Okay, well, then we'll sign the release. Now let's release for orientation. So,
Yeah, we'll have to see somebody from the other county. Will have to coordinate the orientation date.
okay,
So
well, we'll sign the release, and on the morning of the orientation, the slave should be released. You want to digress a little bit to the co-defendants? Or are you going to address that by agreed order?
Well, Your Honor, I think I just need a trial date on Mr. Greider. If he's not going to enter a plea similar to Ms. Greider, I just need to get a trial date.
Well,
He's wanting that
we'll
on.
schedule him for a negotiation day.
I mean, I don't know. I hadn't discussed any pleas with him because I didn't have any probation offers on the table.
Okay, well, let's go back. Let's set him for a negotiation day then, for February 10th, and then next court appearance on the 16th, and we'll set a trial date on the 16th, Mr. Stockton.
That'd be fine. If there's no agreement.
It won't lengthen them out to when the trial is, but.
No, I agree.
Okay, Lauren Hagan. Yes.
Hey, can I?
Lauren Hagan. Lauren Hagan. Commonwealth versus Lauren Hagan. 18 CR 00150. Are you Lauren Hagan? Are you Lauren Hagan?
Sir.
Are you Lauren Hagan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's 18 CR 00150 and 19 CR 0017. Lauren Hagan, were you born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits to social security number 1420. It's here for probation revocation, and it says your attorney is Robert Hellringer. Is he on the line today?
I thought he withdrew in this case, Your Honor.
Did Mr. Hellringer withdraw in your case?
You denied it.
Yeah. Take a look at that file. Did I sign an order allowing him to withdraw?
I don't see an order, but I thought he did. I may be mistaken.
Well, do you have money to hire another attorney?
I was working on it.
Okay, well, we'll just continue your case then till February the 16th. Okay, thank you. Okay, the grand jury is ready, so we'll go off here just for a second and bring the grand jury in, and I'll be right back to Okay, let's go back to the docket, and we've got Carolyn Hall in Barron County. Carolyn Hall. Carolyn Hall. Barron County.
I'm getting there, Your Honor. Need Marquita Hall. They're getting her, Your Honor.
Okay, Carolyn Hall.
Your Honor, we have her Marquita Hall. That's why I didn't have her on the list. I don't have her in there. So they're getting her for you.
Okay, well, let me go to Janessa Howard then. Commonwealth versus Janessa Howard, 18 CR 0099 and 18 CR 00184. Are you Janessa Howard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1989.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8397.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today on a probation revocation. What does Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I believe she's been assessed for drug court. I don't know if she was voted in this morning or not. She was, I believe she was. We just need to get an orientation date for her so she can be released and start. She's been on the last two dockets, I think.
Okay, well, as soon as I get an orientation scheduled, Ms. Howard, I'll sign a document for your release and you go there for orientation, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Lisa Jackson. Lisa Jackson.
She's not here, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have recently represented her in another county. She is in the Women's Correctional Institute at this time, in LaGrange.
Mr. Stockton, did you hear that?
Good. I did, Your Honor. I knew she was a state inmate. I didn't know where she was, so.
Okay, if you'll make arrangements to have her here on the next rule day on February 16th.
Here's Miss Hall, Your Honor.
Caroline Hall. Are you Carolyn Hall?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1981.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, your social security number 4896.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 22 CR 0077. You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Everything with the nature of offense.
Okay, what's not correct? Counsel, have you reviewed this for your client?
Your Honor, I had requested that Ms. Hall call me this morning with any issues with the PSI. I believe she called directly into my office, but I did not get the opportunity to speak with her. If the court would allow, I could step
Well,
outside.
let me have her just say what the problem is. You might be able to look at it. What is the problem with the pre-sentence investigation report?
Everything's correct except for the nature of offense. It isn't my information. It's a different individual.
Okay, the nature of the offense, what do you mean by that? What's not correct about that?
The report of the incident. It isn't my information.
Okay, you need to speak up a little bit.
The information on the incident report, it isn't mine. The nature of offense, it's another individual. Mr. John Riley, it isn't me at all.
Okay.
Sir, how that got on there.
What page is that on? You have it with you?
Okay. I believe it's on page 5 of 16.
Yeah, this is the nature of the offense has some, Mr. Stockton, you have a pre-sentence investigation report with you.
I didn't bring it with me, Your Honor. I looked at it online.
Well, there's an that it has a paragraph in there about Mr. John Riley, the nature of the offense. So it was
It
probably
looked like somebody didn't cut and paste correctly when they did. I was looking at the custody credit and the criminal history on it. I didn't notice the nature of offense on it. Yeah, Mr. Collins said he's going to have it corrected through the PSI writer.
But what do you want to do about this, Mr. Stockton?
Well, I don't know if she's prepared to go ahead or she wants to wait another month or do it in another county.
Well, we acknowledge the fact that there's a incorrect paragraph in there about the nature of the offense. It's not going to, the nature of the offense is not going to impact how I rule on this sentencing. Do you want to waive the correction of that and have the correction put in the record, defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. On a plea of guilty of fleeing and evading the police first degree, should receive 5 years, probated for 5 years to be supervised. On a plea of guilty unlawful use of an automobile, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 months operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Second offense shall receive 30 days and fine of $500. Now, when you pled guilty to these charges, the felony charge and the DUI, they told you that any future offenses of those kind could be enhanced as far as sentencing. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. What's the total fine and cost on here? $640.
Has
she got her 30 days in?
Yes,
Your Honor. She's got more than that in.
Okay, well, I will, you need some time to pay your fine. I'll give you, starting 30 days from today, you pay it at $50 a month. As far as your fine is concerned.
Your Honor, she needs to be at the Glasgow office Monday morning at 9 a.m. to meet with probation and parole.
Okay, well, the 12 months, it says 12 months, but it didn't say anything about that being probated also.
It should be, Your Honor.
So the 12 months should be probated along.
Yeah, the misdemeanor emerges with the felony.
The report to Barron County probation or Monroe County?
Be Barron County, Monroe, at Monday at 9 o'clock.
Okay, I'll release you at 8 a.m. on Monday morning and go straight over probation and parole, and they'll tell you what you're gonna be supervised out of, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Robert Jones. Commonwealth versus Robert Jones. Are you Robert Jones?
I am.
Okay, this is 21 CR 0014. Mr. Jones, were you born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 1377.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here today on a probation revocation. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
Your Honor, he was previously on for a probation revocation. He was assessed for drug court and he was voted in and accepted this morning. So we just need to get an orientation date.
Okay, well, I'll go along with that. As soon as we get an orientation date, Mr. Jones will let you out and let you get oriented and get into drug court, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. William Miller. William Miller. Commonwealth Kentucky versus William Miller, 22 CR 00104. Mr. Miller, were you born in 1980?
Yes, I was.
Last four digits of your social security number is 2359.
Sir.
Okay, this is for arraignment.
Quiet, I can hear you, you can hear you. How close?
You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with failure to maintain insurance, possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, possession of marijuana, trafficking of controlled substance of first degree, endangering the welfare of a minor, possession of drug paraphernalia, operating under the influence, and failure to wear a seatbelt. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll schedule on the 10th for negotiation at 9 a.m. and the next court date on the 16th of February.
Okay, Governor, can I, my bond, can I get reinstated? I hadn't been in no trouble or nothing. I was coming to court. Can I get it reinstated?
What is the pretrial? What's the situation as far as this gentleman's bond?
See his file.
You got 20,000 property.
William.
Wait
William.
a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What did you say? Okay, we had a $20,000 surety bond, which is a relatively low bond. Nobody has to come up with any cash. You just have somebody come to get the clerk approved, somebody to sign your bond for appearance. Have you not been able to do that?
My mother did. And when I got indicted, they just picked me up. And I was just wondering if you could just reinstate.
Hey, William, hold on. Your Honor, I think he is confused, as in district court, he posted a $20,000 property bond. So I wonder if there's a confusion about the process.
Yes, I thought it.
Let me look at the file here.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
See what kind of bond. Well, it appears that, was that in district court? Has he made the bond is the issue.
They're saying he made the bond in district.
I know that's what I'm asking her to look and see if he made a bond in district court.
She doesn't have a district court file.
Well, it would be in here if he did.
Your Honor, via CourtNet, it looks like he posted that on August 12th of 2022.
There was a 20,000 property bond.
You see that in there? Okay, well, I'll allow him to be released on the 20 property bond. Was there an ankle monitor?
No.
I don't
Well,
see
there
your
might
honor.
be an ankle monitor. Okay, Mr. Stockton,
Yes, Your Honor.
how you feel about a $20,000 property bond? I had originally put an ankle monitor on him. Look at the charges.
Well, I think that's probably a good idea, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll allow that bond to stand and you need to put an ankle monitor on and you'll be under the same conditions of curfew, be it your home, church, the doctor or court, okay, with an ankle monitor. Okay? Okay, Roy Norris is next. Commonwealth versus Roy Norris, 20 CR 0015. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Norris, were you born in 1973? Last four digits of your social security number is 1946.
Sir.
Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with possession of burglary tools, burglary in the third degree, criminal mischief in the third degree, and being a persistent felony offender as far as the burglary charges are concerned. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, I don't think we've had a formal appointment on this one as it's a direct submit, but I know we've represented Mr. Norris in the past.
Yeah, I'll continue that representation. Mr. Norris would be available and here at the Justice Center on the 10th of February for negotiations and on February the 16th for his next court appearance. Okay. Jesus Padilla. Okay, there are two Jesus Padillas. This is Jesus Padilla, who was born in 1982.
Yes.
Okay, are you Jesus Padilla?
Yep.
We are here on 21 CR 0068, 21 CR 0069, 21 CR 00117 for revocations and 22 CR 0080 for a pretrial conference. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. What do you have to say about this, Mr. Stockton?
Need a trial date, Your Honor, on 22 CR 105. 22 CR 80, Your Honor. Ms. Steele filed a motion for bill particulars. I filed a response already on that, so I'm ready for trial.
What is that charge?
Let's see.
Third degree.
That's many files I have to dig out.
Here it is, I got it over here.
I believe it's theft or unlawful taking, Your Honor.
The PFO on it also in there.
Yeah, with catalytic converters.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I have discussed the trial date with Mr. Padilla and with Mr. Stockton. We were going to ask if the court would be willing to allow us to have a trial date that takes place in late April so that we can coordinate with our translator and adequately prepare for trial with her.
Okay. What is the Thompson versus Farmer trial? Maybe. I don't think it'll take 3 days. Okay, on the 12th, we've got Commonwealth versus Kraft over in Clinton County. Mr. Stockton, what do you think about that?
I think that'll probably go, Your Honor.
Okay. Y'all want to look at May the 10th?
That's
Your
fine
Honor,
with me, Your Honor.
it's fine with me as well, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Jesus Padilla, born in 1982.
Yep.
I mean, 2002, excuse me, I misspoke. You know,
He just stepped out with the attorney.
okay, he can go and just put him on the camera back. Mr. Padilla, 1982, we're finished with you. Okay, now I guess this your son will be taken up next, and he's present here.
Yep.
Yeah. Could you check and see what they're doing back there? Okay. Okay, this is 22 CR 001-105. The public advocate involved in this. Are you Jesus Padilla? You were born in 2002. Okay, you're here today for purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment, charged you with theft, unlawful taking of the disposition. You understand that charge? Okay, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. There's a motion to amend the indictment. Just as far as the UOR code, you've seen that?
Yes, Your Honor. We filed a motion to amend the UOR code to a different number to reflect the correct charge. Do not.
Do what?
For what I had encountered in the preliminary hearing, that's consistent with what I have heard from that, I know that it's kind of.
Hand it back to me, let me sign it. Okay, I'll amend the indictment. Thank you so very much. Okay, the 10th for negotiation and the 19th for the next court date.
Your Honor, I couldn't hear. Was my motion granted?
Yes, I signed the order amending the
Okay, thank you.
indictment. And then the 10th for negotiation and the 19th for the next trial date. Both of them conditions of bond. Kevin Perdue for sentencing. Commonwealth versus Kevin Perdue. Are you Kevin Perdue?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1990?
Sir.
Or the last four digits of your social security number?
1296.
Okay, have you're here for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? You find it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
On receiving, upon plea of receiving stolen property over 1,000, he shall receive 3 years, probated for 3 years, supervised Court costs the amount of $215. I'll give you some time to pay that if you need. You can pay it at $40 a month. First payment due 30 days from the day. You shall have gainful employment or do 30 hours community service per week until it is obtained. You need to meet with the probation parole. When can probation parole see this gentleman?
Your Honor, he also needs to report to Glasgow office Monday at 9 a.m.
Well, that's when I'm gonna let him out at 8 o'clock on Monday morning, and you go straight over to probation and parole office at 9, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Portia Torrance. Commonwealth versus Portia Torrance, 22 CR 0066. Mr. Torrance, you're here for sentencing today. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Is it substantially correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is counselor, any reasons gentlemen should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon a plea of guilty failure to comply with the sex offender registration and motor vehicle while operating motor vehicle while revoked, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years on each charge to run for a total of 2 years to serve. And she'll pay court costs amount of $215. The first payment of $40 shall be due 30 days after his release.
That's all right, man.
Okay, thank you very much. Michael Reed. Commonwealth versus Michael Reed. 22 CR 0090. Mr. Reed, were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 5155.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a motion. There's a pretrial conference here. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
What have you done on this case with Michael Reed?
Well, we've not reached a resolution. I believe Mr. Brown has a bond reduction motion on.
Well, I mean, think you're going to be able to reach an agreement, or you just need to set a trial?
Well, I've kind of been out of the loop the last couple of negotiation days. I've not been able to attend, but I'm going to make a point that I'm going to be here at the next one. So if we want to set it for then, that's fine.
What is the charge?
It's a criminal abuse case, Your Honor. Yeah.
Judge, he's charged with criminal abuse first, but I mean, this was not his child. The child was not living in his home. I don't think that he had any, there's allegations that this child was malnourished, but I don't think that he had any legal responsibility to feed this child who was not his, who did not live in his home.
So we very well may need a trial date. I'm willing to talk to Mr. Brown anytime, but if you want to set it for trial, we can.
Well, let's take a look at his bond situation. Pretrial is here. What kind of background does this gentleman have here? What's the bond I have set for him now?
10,000 cash, Judge.
Yeah.
And I'm not showing, Your Honor, any criminal history in Kentucky. And I even had an NCIC run through out the state police post, and I could not find any criminal history on Mr. Reed. So I don't know if pretrial has something but I'm not aware of anything.
I think it was the nature of the charge.
Yes.
You know,
So I wouldn't be adverse to some kind of bond with a curfew.
Do you have somebody that can make a surety bond for you that's, let's say, worth $20,000, just sign a bond for you and let you out?
At one time I did. But
Are you there, Mr. Reed?
Yes. Speak up.
Do you have anybody that can sign a bond for you?
No, sir.
Well, where do you live? Hello, Mr. Reed.
In Monroe County.
Well, do you have anybody that can sign a bond? Do you have any family or friends or anybody that can sign a bond for you?
No, sir.
Have you
You
tried
have
to get
to-
anybody to sign a bond for you?
Don't have no family that lives up here.
I can't hear you, Mr. Reed.
I don't have no family that lives up here.
Well, do you have a friend or anybody that signed a bond? It's just an appearance bond.
Don't think so, sir.
And he
Well,
has
I'm
been,
gonna
in-
reduce it to a $10,000 surety bond, which means if somebody comes in and the clerk approves them to sign a bond. And if you make that bond, you'll stay at home, at your home where you're living there in Monroe County, and you can leave to go to church, doctor, or work, or to court. And Mr. Brown, if you'll explain to this gentleman what he has to do, Mr. Reed, what he has to do to get a bond signed and who can sign a bond, okay?
okay, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shasta Vaughn. Shasta Vaughn. Commonwealth versus Shasta Vaughn, 22 CR 0055. Are you Shasta Vaughn?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1987.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 3221.
Yes, sir.
We're here today for a pretrial conference. Mr. Garrett's present. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
My understanding is Ms. Vaughn will enter a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been made, Ms. Vaughn, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
That's
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? You need to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you the same person named in 22 CR 0055?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and review the evidence in the case? Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
You know, you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range permitted by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait pre-sentence investigation, probation, and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Listen very carefully to what the Commonwealth says their recommendation is, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, Ms. Vaughn will plead guilty to fleeing and evading first degree, and PFO second, receive a sentence of 6 years. She will also plead guilty to wanton endangerment first degree and PFO second degree, a sentence of 6 years. Those two sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 6 years. She will receive credit for time served, and she will pay court costs at discretion of the court.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, what's the court cost? $190. I'm going to consider the length of the term. I'm going to not charge any court costs on those things. Is this lady a state prisoner at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you understand by entering this plea, this charge could be used against you in the future if you have any subsequent felony pleas to enhance your sentence in a persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Will someone hold the agreement up to see if that's her signature? Is that your signature on there, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I will ask probation and parole to come interview you, and then we'll have sentencing on February the 16th.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. James Wolverton. Commonwealth versus James Wolverton. 20 CR 0004. You James Wolverton? Were you born in 1994?
Sir.
What's the last four digits of your social security number?
940.
You're here today for a pre-trial conference representing the Office of Public Advocacy. What do you have to say in this case, Mr. Stockton?
Well, we reached an agreement yesterday, but our office was one of the people that suffered from the internet outage, and I don't know if we're ready to do the plea or not.
Your Honor, I got the plea paperwork from Mr. Stockton this morning and have not had a chance to go over this with James. I do not want to put him on for the next Monroe court docket because I believe it's a plea that could result in his release. If we could put him on for the Cumberland County docket next week, I should be able to get this done and get the plea resolved by then.
Well, I'm going to be here for a couple of hours more today. Will you have time to go over it with him today?
Yes, Your Honor. If you will be here for a couple of hours, I can call him as soon as the docket ends.
Mr. Stockton, could you have someone back
Yeah,
up?
either Miss Anderson or myself will do it.
Okay, well, we'll pass over Mr. Wolverton and try to get your thing handled, Mr. Wolverton, if there's a resolution of it, so you won't have to wait till the next plea day, okay?
Thanks, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
David Wood.
Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus David Wood, 19 CR 00108. Are you David Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, were you born in 1981?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are the last four digits of your social security number 2810?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this is 19 CR 00108. We're here on a revocation of a diversion. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Wood was placed in the Monroe County Specialty Court Program, and he was terminated on January the 20th, 2022. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positive for methamphetamine drug tests. He had 1 positive for alcohol, and on 12/10/21, he absconded from the program.
You stipulate, Mr. Bell?
Judge, we are going to stipulate. I was going to ask the court the fact that I was just retained in this case recently. If you would give us an opportunity to formulate a plan to the court in an alternative to sending him to jail, Judge.
I'm good. You know, we're either going to have a hearing on it or you're going to stipulate.
Well, we do stipulate, Judge.
Okay, well, I mean, with a number of violations this gentleman has and of absconding, I'm not going to do anything else other than revoke his pretrial diversion and order a pre-sentence investigation report, have a sentencing schedule for the 16th. And if you want to argue at that juncture about any kind of things you would do as far as on his probation, I'll consider that then, okay?
That's fair enough, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. Now that we only have James Wolverton, so if those folks there at the jail, if we will email you if that's okay later on in the day to try to set up a time certain for Mr. Wolverton. Is that all right with y'all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that okay with you?
I'm sorry.
We have someone from the jail facility there.
Yes.
Okay, we'll email you when they have gone over the plea agreement with Mr. Wolverton to get him back on, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh,
Would you identify yourself?
Kevin Purdue. Oh, I was supposed to go to rehab and I got the rehab people up here to pick me up today in Tennessee.
Mr. Stockton.
What's this gentleman's name? I didn't hear his name.
Kevin Purdue. I'm Kevin Purdue.
Yeah, well, he was sentenced today.
Oh, yes. But my rehab people's here to get me today.
Is he doing it? Here?
It's in Tennessee rehab.
Wait just a second. That be with probation parole is what he's got to do, right? Well, you gotta, meet with probation and parole. Are you still on the line? Somebody probation parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have somebody that can go over and meet with this gentleman and process him today so these rehab people can take, was there an agreement that he could leave state for rehab? There's no agreement to that. Nobody brought
Yeah, I
that.
can have it.
Marty knows all about it.
Wait just a second, sir. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wasn't he talk about any Tennessee rehab when we sentenced this gentleman today?
No, I wasn't aware of it. Miss Hill may have mentioned it to me, but if she has, I forgot about it. So I didn't realize.
Yeah.
What?
Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. Purdue has mentioned to me about going to a Tennessee rehab. I did tell him to speak with a probation and parole about getting a transfer done because he'd have to get the transfer to Tennessee before
Okay,
going
well,
down.
I'm just gonna have to let him wait and meet with probation and parole. I don't
She's
necessarily.
got the cart before the horse here.
Yeah, we have to we have to process him first, so we'll take a look at it then, okay? Thank y'all very much, and I'll get back on the line for Mr. Wolverton as soon as you have an opportunity to go over it. So, Barron County, you may be excused until then, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Stockton, you want to come in here for the sentencing on Ms. Turner? Mr. Stockton? You check and see if Jesse's back there. So he knows to come out here. And I need to see Miss Gordon too, so. Are you sick today? You have COVID?
Whatever it is, it's right. Thank you.
Okay, this is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Sherry Ann Turner, who's here for sentencing. Are you want to come up to the podium? Are you Sherry Turner? Okay, what's your year of birth? Last 4 digits social security number. Okay, do you have, if you're here for sentencing, have you seen the pre-sentence investigation report done with probation pro? Is it substantially correct? On a plead guilty of failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, you should receive a fine of $500. Plead guilty possession of controlled substance, you shall be sentenced 3 years probated, 5 years supervised. You agree to go to the clinicians and do what they say. The total fine and court cost is how much? $715. I'll let you pay it at $40 a month, starting 30 days from today. You meet with the pro. Yeah, how much bond does she have up? If I was you, I'd rather have the bond back and pay it at $40 a month, but. Okay, apply her bond toward it, and I'll reduce the amount that you have to pay a month to $30 then, okay? Okay, so she got $250 there? Yeah, okay, well, I'll apply the $250 to the fine and costs and then reduce the amount to $30 a month. You need to meet with the probation parole officer. You need a mask? Okay. Okay. Okay, make an appointment with them, okay? Okay. Except for the other situation, we'll now go off, the Barron County Jail will go off the record.
Motion to ask for additional information for them, they never come back and forward on it.
What kind of additional information?
You can want to know the estimate of how much you have the estimate of the winter time.
How much is that? What kind of expert is it?
It's constantly construction, if it's one we use in cover when it's spent in the over.
How much an hour? You probably need that before you need negotiation on that one.
Correct.
Okay, well, put it on there and let me approve it before. I don't want, yeah, well, send me his bill before you submit it to treasurer for my approval, okay? Subject to my approval, okay?
That being honored that, I don't think we'll proceed without that initial being signed. Just because I think we have problems in the past, yes, we're gonna have those. When we do the time.
I don't understand what you're saying. I've just told you that I'll sign an order.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you all.
I'll sign it. Y'all hold it down just a little bit, okay? Hold it down just a little bit. We're still. Okay, I will sign an order, but I want it subject to him submitting y'all submitting his bills to me for approval before I send it in.
Okay.
If he's not willing to do it under those circumstances, we won't do it.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna let these direct submissions to the treasury thing without me knowing what's going on happen.
Okay, so you want me to reward the order?
Yes,
Okay,
that's
I can
correct.
do
And
that.
I'll sign it immediately.
There was a lady who showed us after her name had been called, and she was well aware that the warrant was on. She made phone calls to me multiple times. I had her on line. And she showed up an hour after you called, and I went ahead and served the warrant. Probably on the way back. I didn't really bring it or talk to her.
Well, is Mr. Stockton gone? Why don't you see if you can get Mr. Stockton and we'll see what we're gonna do with it. Who was the lady? Y'all know? Shelby Horton. Do y'all represent Shelby Horton? If we can catch Mr. Stockton, we'll bring Shelby Horton out, okay? Shelby Horton has decided to grace us with her presence. Is Anne Marie, is she still here?
Yeah.
I need to yell at her before she leaves. Let's go back on the record. Let's go on Commonwealth, Kentucky. Shelby Horton, 22 CR 0094. Are you Shelby Horton? You gotta have to speak up. Okay, were you born in 1996? Last four digits, social security number 5014. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. Okay, you're here for arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, another count, tampering with physical evidence, possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of substances not in the original container. You understand those charges? You acknowledge the identity, client received the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. She has not been processed. At the present time, she's got arrested today. So I will allow her to, what's the amount of bond on her warrant? $20,000 surety. Well, I'm gonna, since you, before you got here, the officer said that you contacted several times about, and that you knew a warrant was out and you didn't turn yourself in, you were being elusive. So I'm gonna change the bond amount to no bond until you're processed. They will take you to the Barron County Jail and they will process you. And then the pretrial officers will call me and I'll set a bond appropriate after they talk to you, okay? You cannot, when you have these things, you can't call in and toy with people and negotiate whether you're gonna come in or not. That's not how it operates. If you come in, turned yourself in, we'd set a bond, you'd been on your way rejoicing today, but we do not play those sort of games. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, thank you very much. Let's go off the record and we'll wait till we hear on the one remaining case. It says I cannot turn my camera on because the host has stopped it. There we go. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James Wolverton. Is this a felony, please? What is? Or the sentence? What is? I don't know who it is. Is this going to be a felony plea or what?
Yes, sir, it's a felony plea.
Okay. Where is the Commonwealth? Commonwealth is not on yet. Did they forget about it? We'll get them here. Wait a second. Yeah. They should just be down the hall because they have a suppression hearing it too, so.
Yes, sir.
That's okay. You can come here. Stand. Hey, you can stand here at the podium or we can do it that way. Okay, we're Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James Wolverton, 20 CR 004. Are you James Wolverton?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1994?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9408.
Yes, sir.
I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commonwealth is present off camera here. Would you just acknowledge you're present here, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, Mr. Wolverton, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 20 CR 0004?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence that in the case that Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You do not have to enter a plea today of guilty. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept that plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel in your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I'll await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Wolverton will plead by the section of Class D felony. He'll receive a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. He'll get credit for time served. He'll agree in accordance with the restitution order to pay Lou Connell, Tompkinsville, Kentucky, restitution amount of $11,500. He shall pay $3,000 to the clerk's office today upon entering this plea, and the remaining balance of the rate of $500 per month thereafter will pay the full. The Commonwealth will agree to his release as long as he can get an ankle monitor to be placed on home incarceration. We will agree that he'll be allowed to go to work so he can pay this restitution. He got the same name for employment, but they court house it straight from the court.
Yeah, what is proposed court cost? $185. We'll make that determination at sentencing. Sir, is that your understanding of the agreement you have with the Commonwealth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment or the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're doing so of your own free will and volition, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights that I've explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights and enter a guilty plea to the charges, allow the court to fix your punishment as allowed by law?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that after entry of this plea, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced as far as the range of penalty. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, would you hold up the document that contains, is that your signature on that agreement, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement, order a pre-sentence investigation report, and schedule a sentencing for February 16th. Now, here's the deal, Mr. Stockton, here's the deal on this thing. He can pay the 3,000, but he needs to meet with probation and parole. And I guess they were having people come over there on.
Come in Monday at 9. If his lawyer can make earlier arrangements, that's fine, otherwise he'll have to do this.
Okay, so you will be released Monday morning at 8 o'clock to go directly to probation and parole. And yes. Yeah. Well, so they'll have to make provisions to hook you up over there at that place. Can they do that at that place? Okay, they said that they'll meet you at probation and parole at 9 o'clock on Monday morning.
Okay.
And then you have to make the payment on that date. The payment has to be there before you walk out there to 3,000. Well, I don't know who you can get out of jail to make it today. Okay, we'll take it down there.
Yeah, my wife's.
Okay, make the payment today, and then on Monday, you get out at 8, go straight over to probation and parole, put that, or you gonna put it on in jail, or you want to put it on probation?
If it's all right with you, I'll put it on probation, parole. The jail, you might not. Depend on what kind of mood you're in, whether or not they're letting you in and out.
Okay, well, they'll meet you at probation and parole, so go straight up there and they'll hook you up, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
We'll see you back here for sentencing on February the 16th.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the criminal docket, I believe, except for the 2 o'clock hearing that we have, so we'll go off.